Audio is kind of choppy, I think. I have to speak into the microphone. I've lost the habit. And here we are for the last day of the year, last stream of the year. I have to stop the echo. Okay. There we go, we are making some adjustments in the sky. After the suggestions of having two raw arts, I'm curving the legs in a different direction to make more sense, to make it more spidery, to make it I don't know why. I think I tried it. There was something that I didn't like in the first iteration of the legs. I felt like this kind of curve was what it needed, and I was completely wrong. It was exactly the opposite. Where are we? I'd like to really finish this guy today. I thought I would be done in 2 sessions, and 2 became 3 and 3 became 4. Which is fine. I mean, I did Ergol in 8. I did Archelon in like 11, I think. So of course I wasn't going to get this guy just done in 2. But I kind of wanted to try. Yesterday I was so stupid it didn't even occur to me to wish anyone a happy new year. So I was probably not going to see anyone today. I'm still streaming because I have... To me it's just a Sunday. It's not like I have anywhere to be or anything. It didn't even occur to me that people do travel, go see family, go celebrate. Well, not that absolutely didn't occur to me, but yeah, in the last minute I didn't even think of that. Yesterday we could have raided someone too. We had some viewers, and it didn't even occur to me. I've become so guilty about raiding with almost no viewers that I have forgotten about raiding altogether. I don't know how's this stream. Testing. I should really talk into the microphone much closer than I am. I've gone back to the desk microphone. Because the headset in this heat, it's really, and I'm not listening to anything right now, especially in art streams. During a gaming stream, I already have enough trouble with the audio, trying to send the game audio to my headphones, and the mix of the game audio and the microphone to the stream. I already have enough technical difficulties with that. But here I'm not listening to anything. I don't need to have the headset on. It's very hot. We have a big storm forecast for today. Well, we had one for yesterday and nothing really happened, but I mean, it's more likely to happen today. It's that kind of thing that it's like forecast way in advance and maybe ends up happening a few days later. And not really on the day it was forecast. What does elastic do? Yeah, that could work. I don't usually use a move elastic brush. I feel like it's a bit too dramatic, too bendy for things, but for this it's exactly what I need, I think. That's kind of the problem with this. It has been bending sort of more in one direction than the other, and now the legs look bent. See, in this direction it's like a kind of an elliptic thing, but I don't want to go back and redo the legs completely. I should be on tomorrow also, since again it's just a Monday that feels, it's gonna feel like a Sunday because everything's gonna be closed, I guess, but at least here in town we've already been asking. And even our local bakery is gonna be closed. I don't know if I could use like inflate or something a little bit to make this part of the leg, with probably much lower intensity, but to make this part of the leg a bit rounder again, because I flattened it by bending it the way I did. I don't know if I should go back to non-symmetric kind of thing. Where? What weird angle is this? Maybe I'll, if I'm lucky, I might end this kind of early and start something different, but yeah, elastic. Oop. Here I can pick up the side a little bit. I don't want to overemphasize this joint, but there's like, what else am I gonna do? I haven't been watching any streams these days. I feel bad about that. I would have at least lurked at Liz's or Charlie's or someone, but I haven't really been watching anyone. I haven't been able to watch much of anything these days in these last few months. There was a few shows I wanted to watch, there was a few movies I wanted to watch, especially around Halloween time. I always watch some scary movies or something. This year I couldn't really watch anything. I can't even make some time to watch some YouTube or something. It's been a crazy hectic year. Especially the second half has been really complicated for me. Jesus. Dog's barking. I cannot go check what it is. Neighbors are very active because they're either receiving guests or leaving or whatever. I don't like to go anywhere because I don't like to leave the house alone on holidays or something. My elderly neighbor had her house broken into twice already. The last thing we need is to get mugged right now. And again, we don't want to impose, we cannot. Our few relatives live in other towns. We'd either have to, we don't drive, we don't have a car, we'd either have to rely on someone driving us home, or we'd have to overnight somewhere. We don't want to impose, we don't want to be a problem in the on the freaking holidays of all times. So it's just us. It's just us most of the year. Why wouldn't it be different on the holidays? Okay, that is the correct curve. I still have one more to do. I thought this was the last pair. But this is gonna be a heck of a lot more effective. This is what it always needed to be. I don't know why I didn't see it. I'm glad Aventura Arts made me see it. Let's try freaking elastic. I cannot stop thinking how I was trying to say I hate freehanding and eyeballing, and I ended up saying I hate freeballing. We should have clipped. We should have clipped it. I do hate freeballing, to be fair. I prefer to be more contained. Elastic is really good for this. I never use move elastic because it's kind of drastic when you're trying to make a small thing, but here I'm trying to bend something that's bent in the opposite direction. So it has been really good. Who knew? Again, there's these tools that you stop using or you never use for some reason, and you don't realize that they are useful in some specific cases. I mean, they're there for a reason, but there's also a lot of tools. I don't know if a lot, but a couple of tools that I prefer the actual Sculptress version, like Crease and Pinch are much better in Sculptress than they are here. I'm deforming this too much because if I'm being lazy again, and I prefer to be editing these instead of remaking them from scratch. I don't want to remake them from scratch yet again. I feel like I have at least some kind of an advantage today. This is a fourth stream that I was not intending to spend with this guy, but I feel like there's not that much left to do. What the hell am I looking for? Delete by symmetry. And this guy. Rotate like that. What? Oh. I don't know if I should just shorten it. a little bit. There's something about the angles of the side view and the top view that I'm not very happy with, that I might be able to fix again. I'm not considering even as a possibility to redo the legs yet again. From scratch, I mean. I feel like I've spent enough time with this guy. I don't know what character should I do next. I kept thinking of going for one of the humans now. Maybe not yet Astrid, because I don't know what I'm gonna do with Astrid, and I don't know. From the point of view even of the screenplay, I had this idea of her being kind of overdressed because she thought of it's her first sort of big spell that she's gonna be doing. Because of that, she thought of using one of her mother's gowns or something. And she's gonna be sort of overdressed in that sense. And Ergol's gonna feel underdressed because he has spent the day in the field collecting ingredients. So he's just trying to be comfy, and Astrid is kind of wearing a sorcerer's robe of some sort. That probably doesn't even fit very well because it's Agatha's, it's not hers. It's also a bit of a metaphor of her trying to be her mother, or trying to be what she's expected to be, her mother's sort of successor. But not feeling completely ready. I like that idea, but I don't know if it's gonna work. Hey, Aventura. I was just saying that I'm hopefully gonna finish this guy today, thanks to you, thanks to the nudge in the right direction you gave me. I'm trying not to redo the legs from scratch, but I'm still kind of adjusting them. How are you? I'm fine, just having a sort of a lazy Sunday, not really realizing that it's a holiday. Doesn't feel that different, I guess. I don't have any special plans or any. I'm not going anywhere, or. So it does feel like just a Sunday. So I thought I'd stream. Did you stream today? I didn't. I didn't check your schedule to see when you're live. Yeah. I guess this is more spidery and more what it should have been all along. I don't know why I didn't really see it, and I ended up with those weird crappy legs. I'm not very happy with these tips. I don't know if they should be... They're a bit too thick or something. This certainly looks pretty thick. I don't know why it's much thicker than the others. I'm not super happy with this sort of joint here, with this sort of knee thing. But at the same time it makes it look kind of bony in a way. Yeah, no, I know. I'm definitely more satisfied with it now. But this is the time to really make all the adjustments that need to be made, so I won't regret it later or anything. I don't know about the side, it ends up looking like some weird curves. The top view is still a bit strange. Probably I will have to make some adjustments anyway when I sort of go to do the final renders before animating it. But still, I'd like to leave it as finished as I can now, and thus to be as happy as I can with it now. This is kind of cartoony, I think, but I don't mind that the legs end in this kind of needly kind of thing instead of more padded sort of segments. It looks more menacing if you can be impaled by every single leg, I think. Not that it has to be super scary or anything, but it's still a freaking giant spider. Huh. The one thing that I liked the first time that I made it, the first set of legs that I made, was this down view. It was very spidery how all the legs connect here in the thorax. But I don't know if I'm getting that effect now. There was something creepier about it that I wasn't quite able to replicate this time, I think. I guess it's there. I mean, it's not that different. It's pretty much the same thing I did. I should mind this angle too. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know what did I do. I might want to check one of my older versions with this first legs that I did first. Yeah, I guess it's pretty much the same. It's probably better now that it's more even. This is kind of messy. I don't know why I felt like this was so effective the first time that I did it, and right now I'm not feeling it. But I think it's looking at it, I feel like it's better now. Now I should look at the legs from this angle. Maybe this should curve more in this direction, more like this here instead of where am I? More like this a little bit in this direction instead of what I had. Or at least not to have this weird kind of S shape in here. Shouldn't be too straight, but it should be kind of curvy, I think, in this direction. The problem is that since I'm bending them, I'm kind of flattening them in one direction and not the other. This looks too much like an egg now. I think at least for this pair of legs, that angle is a little bit better. I don't mind so much if these look kind of straight from this angle. Maybe this one could bend forward a little bit. Okay, elastic tends to be too much. I don't want to redo them completely, but maybe at this point I should have. But I don't know. I feel like at some point I stop redoing things because I feel like it's most likely I'm gonna make like the same mistakes again, and I'm possibly even going to make it worse. Because that's generally what happens when I get tired of redoing the same thing again and again. Trying to improve it, I make it worse. This one I feel like I've flattened it too much in one direction by bending it. Maybe I could try to at least build up some material here in this face, because if you cut it, well, you can see it from here, but the cross section, not that cross section, the cross section kind of anywhere reveals that it's kind of like more like an ellipsis than I've flattened it in this dimension, in this on this side. Maybe I can inflate it a little bit. Maybe it's a smaller brush and not very high intensity, but just to build some material on this side, because it ended up a bit too flat. I think it's fine for a freaking fantasy spider that doesn't even have a lot of screen time. Doesn't look perfect, doesn't look great from every angle, but that'd be too much to ask. Something that I discovered in the render is that the shadow looks like a skull between the butt here, that space between the legs and the thorax, and there's something like why this freaking egg thing is so misshapen. And what view do you want? Just the legs? Okay. Yeah, they should go like maybe, because from in the top view in a real spider they're like more spread. The back legs kind of go back instead of going forward, kind of like this, like all this. But from this view it doesn't bother me. It's just a top view, and I don't even know if I'm gonna use the top view. But yeah, they could be sort of inverted, quote unquote, so to call them. This is a weird curve that should go in there better. I cannot see the link because it. Wait, I'm now to mod because in the stream manager it's not letting me see the link, and it's not letting me authorize it either. Can you post the link again now that I'm in moderate? No, it's okay. It should work. It was only I'm not with. Oh no, it's still being censored by Automod. I don't know how to enable it. I don't know if it's a Stream Elements thing or it's a Twitch thing. Yeah, I think my whispers are open. You can try that. I think what's happening? I think the legs could work kind of like this, Well, not like... wait. Like this and then like this. Not that angle. It's a bit extreme, but something maybe more like this. Yeah, that's what I was... I still cannot see your... Oh, there it is. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking now. I can see your link now in the PM. Yeah. That angle is what I see more from actual spiders. Well, maybe closer here to the other legs and not too bent back to not interfere with the abdomen, but yeah, that's kind of more of that angle, more outwards. Yeah. It doesn't look that different from the top view, but it's kind of, yeah, what you see in a real spider. It's more like the proper sort of arrangement of. It's really tricky. I don't know why I got myself into this. It's gonna be a nightmare to animate as well. I mean, I'm not gonna make it walk a lot or anything, but for at least a couple of shots I'm gonna have to rig all the legs. I'm gonna have to at least once make it move more than I wish I had to. But I think it's gonna be an interesting, sort of scary character. I don't think it's gonna scare anyone, but I mean, you know what I mean. It's gonna be a very different character. It's really more like it. Gonna have to go back to the, I don't know why the moderator view doesn't quite load the player right now. Anyway, where am I? This is kind of strange here. Well, this angle isn't very becoming in any way. This curve is still a bit weird. Bit wonky. Yeah, that's a heck of a lot more spidery. Okay, I should make all the necessary adjustments and then just apply the hair. I don't know if the stream's still up. I cannot load Twitch at all right now. I don't know what's that about. Keeps telling me there's a network error and to reload the player again. Okay. It's very strange. My internet's so disappointing right now. I finally got fiber optics in my area, and it's really disappointing for streaming because it barely reaches my room, and I have to use an extend. I already had a Wi-Fi extender, but it's not working great with this. I don't know if I should get a new one, but a new one is kind of expensive, and it might be the exact same. I mean, I wouldn't get the exact same. I'd get like a 5 gigahertz one, because this is just a 2.4 one. Yeah, I should have told the people. We should have tried it, but they should have, according even to their own website, they should have provided some solution, but they just installed it and fled. I should probably call them to give me some solution to this. I finally get 300 megabits at the living room, but I get only 20 in my freaking room with the extender and everything. It's really disappointing. I thought I was finally going to be able to stream at 1080p and 60 frames per second and everything, and I can barely keep streaming the way I was before the fiber optics. And the freaking player doesn't reload. Oh, there it is. I don't know if I shouldn't enhance this joint that's bleeding through. By enhance I mean this kind of making this kind of crease, kind of like in this segment that in this one is kind of disappeared. Where the hell is my crease? Here. Enhance this thing again. Where it's gonna look. Now it ended up looking kind of bumpy here. Oh, something fell somewhere. What the hell was that sound? The place is falling apart. It's a bit too exaggerate, maybe. Why is this leg? so out of the socket. It should, no, not you, not like that. I don't know what character I should do next. I have a couple more animals to make, but I have some humans too, and I haven't even decided exactly what humans are going to look like in this world. So I already had my main character, but he's not human. I don't know to him what humans should look like. Yeah, definitely fewer legs in this. That would simplify things. That would be very convenient. Not very human though, but true. And again, I'm not even sure if human, maybe I can make them a sort of whole other race, but I feel like it's kind of the point that my protagonist is not human and the other characters should read as human, or should read as more normal, quote unquote. And I have the problem of making hair, robes, stuff like that. I have to design like a costume, I guess. It's what I have been avoiding. I sort of did a pretty safe thing with my protagonist. So I didn't even realize it kind of looked like Flynn Rider or someone. Well, just a sort of vest sort of thing. I want to make this sort of sorceress character, and for some reason I visualize her kind of like the Duchess character from, without a giant head, but the Duchess character from Alice in Wonderland. I've been kind of reluctant to do the human characters again, because I really have to define what's human gonna look like in this world. Or what human is gonna look like in this mixture of my style, my choices and my limitations is gonna look like. These joints look kinda silly, but at the same time there's like a bony quality to them that I like. Oops. No. If I'm finally more satisfied with this guy, I should begin a new character tomorrow. I don't know, again I might try a human character. Precisely because I've been avoiding them, and it's about time to try one at least. To try defining what these should look like. The biggest problem maybe is that I don't want to, and I don't know how to make like proper hair. I don't know if I should make like sculpted hair or kind of avoid it anyway. This Duchess looking character probably will be wearing that kind of headpiece the Duchess wears. Hair like with actual fibers. Yeah, I've seen people do it, like it's not that big a deal, but mean hair like with actual polygons and hair texture on it, or hair like done with fibers? Yeah, I'm guessing it's a video game. Because I've seen people do great hair with fibers, but again, I don't even know if I need that level of complication here when I'm not going to really animate things in 3D. Yeah, no, yeah, it's true. I remember seeing some characters like that. It's like flakes, like scales that overlap. Yeah, I've never tried it. I don't know if I should really start now with that, but yeah, maybe I should try it for some character. I've seen it. I think I have like Silent Hills 2, Maria and James, and I've seen that that's how their hair works. It's obviously older and much lower poly thing, but yeah, I've seen how it works. I've never really tried that. Anyway, this character would have like a sort of a turban, not a turban, but more like a I don't know what that headpiece is called. The one from the Duchess character in Alice. So at least that would hide the hair, but then there's the actual, not co-protagonist, but the other kind of closer to the main character. She should have proper hair, I feel like. I cannot hide her in a turban or anything. Yeah, I didn't play it either. I don't think I could even run the original version. Well, maybe the original I could. I'm not much of a gamer. I just grew up with some games that are kind of what I've been playing when I do some gaming in this stream. But yeah, I've seen like how they do that kind of hair. It's very clever, I guess, and very effective. It really works as an economy of resources. It really works. Is that gonna make it more crabby again? We find enhances those thingies. It's been such a strange weekend. It's been kind of the same as any other, but at the same time it does feel like it's the holidays, like it's the end of the year. Most places have been closed already yesterday. Forget about trying to get anything today. That's a Sunday and the 31st. And tomorrow apparently even the bakeries are not gonna open. I mean, I don't know what's different this year, but I think commerces used to be open. But yeah, it's also the combination of the 31st being a Sunday, the 1st being a Monday. I don't know if I should do that. That little segment, that little division there. Maybe here to enhance this a little bit. That looks nothing like this one. Okay. I'm kind of doing whatever at this point. I feel like I'm kind of tired of this. I'm very bad at completing things. I tend to abandon shit and go back. A long time after the fact. I'm very bad at sticking to one thing and taking it to completion in a relatively short period. That's why streaming has been good. It's helping me focus and yeah, I'm just gonna finish this sort of little details that are probably kind of unnecessary. I don't know why I'm working on this kind of low resolution. I could have raised it at some point. I should just apply the hairs again to the legs and There was here, this bit was bleeding out. Was crossing out of the thing. Is that correct now? Yeah, looks like it. Some things are kind of wonky here and there. Jesus. The one time of the year that when I exceptionally really do finish things is when I do in every April for the last 8 years, I think. I've been doing like a daily challenge kind of thing when I do a different character. It's all fan art. It's no original characters because I don't have time to come up with a design. But I do it every day for the entire month, and that's like the one time of the year where I actually get things done. This is kind of unusual for me to stick to one thing and really make some progress. Yeah, I started in 2015 and I did September then, and I thought I'd do it for just as a one-off kind of thing. And I did it that year, and in 2016 I didn't even think of doing it again. But in 2017 I thought of bringing it back, but this time in April, and I've been doing it ever since. I've done it for 8 years now, counting that the first one in September, the next one's in April. 2016 I didn't do anything. And that's really where most of my production comes from. Most of the stuff that I put in this little reel comes from my daily challenge. It's insane to think that just with my challenge alone, I have made 240 characters in these 8 years. It probably is my largest production of anything that I've ever done. Yeah, that's really what it is. That's really what has worked. Having like a schedule, having like a quota, the thing to meet, has really helped me, and it's really when I work the most. Generally, for the rest of the year, I don't do much sculpting wise. Yeah, it is very time consuming. I end up I tell myself that I'm just going to do like X amount of hours a day and whatever, and it ends up consuming my every waking moment. Every single moment that I have in April ends up revolving around this, and I don't even make it a lot of the time. I mean, I do complete the month, but sometimes it bleeds into May or something, because if I do fall behind sometimes. I think the last few years I've been more consistent, and I've finished with the month at the right time. But a couple times it has bled into the first days of May, because ain't nobody got time for so much. Okay, I don't know. Keep adjusting these freaking balls. These weird freaking knuckles. That's pretty much it, I guess. I should apply the freaking hair. I don't know if I should do the whole leg instead of by segments. I've been doing it. I want to keep the hair away from the joints for whatever reason. Maybe the tip of the very tip of the foot, quote unquote. There's fiber mesh. Right, for the whole leg it should probably be bigger amount, shorter length. Lower coverage. Maybe I should do the segment separately, because here with the same values it applies very differently to the different shapes. I guess that's why I was doing it separately. Shorter for this segment. I had some had some settings saved. Okay, surely not that. Certainly not that. I mean, good work, but it's a huge amount. It's too long too. I don't want to make it super heavy to handle. And again, I'm treating this hair not like it's really coverage of hair. It's like more like this sensible organs that they have in the legs, right? I don't want to overdo it. It could be up here. I haven't been watching any sculpting streams in a while. This one guy that I used to like hasn't streamed in a while, and the actual official ZBrush streams, they're kind of full of assholes. There's this guy that's kind of famous for having this school of character arts and whatever, and a lot of the time he shows the works of his students and kind of roasting them, and it's students that actually pay him. What kind of advertisement is for you to mock your own students? Whose fault is it if they're not great? Yeah. And it's funny how some of they even say it. There's this girl from, I don't remember if she's actually from Brazil or from Portugal. A lot of the times, instead of, well, she does sculpt obviously, but a lot of the time she complains about the industry and about her colleagues and about stuff like that. And other guys, all they do during the whole stream is plugging their own shit, advertising whatever curses they sell or stuff like that. It's like the whole stream they're advertising themselves. I haven't even been looking for new streamers to watch, but generally speaking I've been kind of jaded now and kind of disappointed on some of the people that I used to watch. It does look like it's very much like the because I guess it overlaps. It's kind of toxic, like the game development environment. And probably a lot of environments and a lot of industries, but we hear about those so much. Why does this look so thick, unlike the others? And I've seen a lot of professionals get kind of, or yeah, I don't know if they're professionals, but they do it for a living, so they get kind of discouraged with the streaming thing. They don't get a lot of views or whatever, or they try to get something crowdfunded and it doesn't really happen, and they just quit immediately. They don't give it enough time, they don't... It's insane how streaming works. Again, I see all the time people that are established on other platforms and they come here and it's like crickets. They don't get like any advantage from coming from a different platform where they're already established, where they're already successful. It's its own entire different world. And you just have to put in the hours and the elbow grease and everything. And there's no way to circumvent it, there's no way to... No matter how big you are in some other platform, it's not necessarily gonna instantly translate into anything here. What am I looking for? Freaking fibers. Should they be longer? Gravity probably shouldn't be too high, that should stick out. Right. I don't know if that's too much for this part. I'm kind of happy with the fibers in the fangs and the face and the thorax. It's like a tricky balance to the ones in the legs. What? Sometimes I wish I could be listening to music or something, but I don't want to get like a copyright strike. Of course I can send something just to my headphones and not to the stream, but I also feel like it's gonna be distracting. And or I could look for not copyrighted music or something, but I feel like I always have some kind of song or something stuck in my head, and I'm always afraid I'm gonna start singing in stream. Okay, that's very long. It's more like these. Okay, accept. No, of course, but it's gonna be embarrassing. It's very funny. The other day you might even get, I don't know if here, but on YouTube, I saw someone share a clip of Ludwig where he had not really a copyright strike, but but that was on YouTube. He had sung something randomly, and YouTube considered that a song cover, and he has to share the revenue with the original artist because YouTube officially thinks of it as a song cover when he was like randomly singing along to something that he wasn't even really playing the actual thing. I think he was either singing a cappella or he was actually karaokeing, and YouTube treated it like a song cover for just a few seconds of him singing whatever. And it's not some rando, it's one of their golden boys with an exclusive contract and everything. So funny. To ask randos, I've gotten so many fake like content match ID that have been given manually by some people from some labels, from some, I don't even know who controls anything anymore. Labels that have collapsed are now all of their assets are part of this faceless, nameless conglomerate. And you get like from full copyright strikes to just some content match ID thingy for the randomest things. I remember I used a little bit when I did just my probably 5-second turntable animation of my Ramesses from the Prince of Egypt. I used a little bit of a score. Imagine seeing 5 seconds of a turntable animation, and they didn't give me a strike, but they did take the supposed revenue from that video, and it was manually chosen. Someone manually came and flagged my freaking 5 seconds video of a little bit of a Prince of Egypt soundtrack. That wasn't even in one of the songs, it was like an instrumental bit from somewhere. And freaking DreamWorks manually, some poor employee I imagine, but still manually came and claimed my video. What revenue can that tiny video get anyway that they're gonna take from me? Yeah. I feel like this part isn't curvy enough. Is that better? I don't even know. And I mean, the system is what it is, and it's pretty sophisticated. Once I made a remix combining two things, and it identified the two separate things, and it struck me for the two didn't strike me, well, it was a content ID thing, but it did identify the two things. I don't mind that so much, and it's funny how well it works when it works. But manually, I have been given strikes for things that are not what they say they are, precisely because I know they are kind of trigger happy with their copyright shit. There's sometimes I make some videos about a specific singer that I follow, but since I know her producer was one of the people that spearheaded the entire movement against YouTube with copyrights and whatever, I never use her actual music, but since she does covers of other songs, and a lot of times she does like classical pieces, I go back for the actual instrumental versions of those pieces by other artists completely, but it's still kind of relevant to my video. And they still go and manually flag it as if I was using her fucking version, and it's not. And I hate it so much. And I don't even know what it is, because if I have, like, I'm kind of like in good terms with them. I imagine it's someone from some label. It's not really them. They have asked me to make a couple of videos for her social media, so I don't think they would come and shit on my YouTube channel. But it's so stupid that they manually flag something so wrong that is not even remotely what they say it is. At some point I made a video with my own little shitty instrumental of a song that I knew she was going to release because it was announced. So it was a previously existent song by another artist, but she was going to suddenly release her version. So we made a little video with my own little shitty instrumental, and they flagged it as if it was hers, and hers had not been released yet. It's so fucking insane. Okay, sure. See you. Sorry, I'm ranting on copyrights and shit. Of course, don't worry. What am I doing this part? Let's mask this out. Let's unmask this. What am I doing? Oh, here. Where does this end? Where do we end? Where do we begin? I don't know what the density of the fibers should be here. Let's work with... It should be fewer hairs. What? Jesus Christ, no. What did I do? That's the length. Fewer... Maybe longer. Under 1,000, under... Not 1,000, under 1 in fibers. Would that be the right match for this segment? Maybe a little bit longer. Just a tiny bit longer. Did I save this segment? This I should save as 2. The symmetry on, sometimes I turn it off and forget about it. What did I do? No, that's... Wait, is that too... Why does that feel too long? Should I make it a little shorter again? It's really interesting how it applies sort of more proportional to the actual shape than so I cannot really use the same values on all the segments because it applies very differently. accept. I think the hair really brings together a lot of the shape and a lot of it. I wasn't too happy with the way the thorax and the head were working, and the hair really completed it. Again, it's probably not even called hair, but to all ends and purposes here, it's hair. Okay, let's see now what should be the right proportion for of this. Probably fewer hairs, a bit shorter. Or maybe a bit longer. Thinking about it, because it's applying it proportional to the shape. And maybe it could be a little bit longer. What? No. Invert. Oh, I didn't. Did I save? Let's save this as 3. Let's open 3. Those look too long right now. Are they? Is the stream still going? I feel like I have to check every now and then, because when it's not my internet, it's OBS or something. A lot of the time these days I've been getting like notifications of OBS disconnecting and then reconnecting, but luckily it hasn't really interrupted the stream completely. Well, there's been moments where it's been sort of down but not completely offline. I think there's like a protection something for that in the settings, and I did turn it on because I knew it's gonna happen. But I don't know why that happens, specifically with OBS. I don't know if it's really just my connection. I feel like once my stream went down all the way and OBS didn't even say anything. So I don't know what's that about. Open 3. Is that 2? Why does this look so long? Where's the length? Let's make them shorter again. Maybe not that much shorter. Is this what I think it is? Yes, it's this little thing is bleeding through the joint thingy. Now this. Now that I already have 2 characters sort of finished, I wanted to make like a little test, a little animation, a little scene. But I haven't had time. I don't know if maybe I should try to do that kind of thing on stream too. The problem is that it's gonna have some sort of downtime here and there because it's gonna take a while to render. I don't want to render anything heavy on stream because it's gonna be like precisely that, some kind of downtime that I'm going to have to fill with something. It should be even that long, but it's gonna be some time of waiting for the render to finish, and I don't want to do that on stream. Okay, let's. This is 3. Is it gonna be 2? Why this one felt too long? This one doesn't seem long enough. Is perspective on? Yes. Let's check that length. I feel like maybe it could be fewer and a bit longer for some reason. Okay, now let's go back to the front for the final segment. The dog is barking at something. It's probably the cat. She gets along with them most of the time, but every now and then some stranger cats come along, and sometimes she barks at her own cats too. Our own, they're not even our own. The neighbor's cat gave birth to like 5 kittens here, and since then they have stayed here more than over at the neighbors, so they're kind of more ours than theirs. There's only 2 left out of the original 5. I don't know if that could be longer, that could be... what am I... But they are female, so they attract a lot of other even with their neutered and everything, but they attract the entire neighborhood's cats, and my dog ends up barking at them. And again, yeah, she barks at every now and then. She will bark at our own cats too. For some reason, she really doesn't get along with one of them. She's closer to the other one. I call her Mina, and the neighbors call her Luna. It's very funny. This look very freaking long. Why are these so long? And the freaking cats, we thought they came because of the female cats, and to some extent they do, but very often they just come for the food. And they don't even care that much about the cats. They just come here to mark. I don't know what the hell to do to keep them away from my washing machine. Should this be longer? I think it's done for this part of the show. Again, those gems in the admin, I don't know if I'm gonna keep them, but it's like a design thing that I've been doing with the other characters, or that I plan to do with the other characters. I did put them on the turtle, and I might remove them, but it's like a touch that I want. It's easier to put in now and later hide for the final thing than having to add them later and export again and do all of that. Let's make one render here. I'm gonna capture this on OBS. OBS started failing today when I couldn't set the game or I couldn't change the title in OBS. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break right now. I will be right back, and then we're gonna move over to Keyshot already to try give this guy its final definitive look. Where am I? Okay. I will be right back. Back to, or almost, because I should take a second to post some stuff on social media that I have to post, but let's start moving this to keyshot anyway. What am I looking for? Is smooth normals on? Okay, let's go. I have very old versions of both keyshot and ZBrush because I'm in a computer that's completely offline. Yeah, it's some bullshit manually, purposefully, and maliciously flag you like that when I'm not really using what they say I'm using, what they're flagging me for. It's a freaking pain. But well, I gave up already. What am I gonna do? They are the ones with the power and they're gonna abuse it. Yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. These people who has flagged me have been more like industry people, label people. Again, you can even blame the label. A lot of the labels don't even exist anymore. A lot of the system has collapsed and have been acquired by these huge faceless monopolies that you don't even know who they are anymore. You can't blame anyone. You cannot blame the artists. You cannot blame even YouTube. And at the same time, it's understandable. Even if the artists were behind it, they're no longer making any money out of anything now that physical formats no longer exist. They get pennies from streaming and from whatever. It's kind of understandable that they're protective of their thing, but it's also kind of bullshit. What is it? Oh, this thing that looks like a weird egg. That's why entire music has been collapsing for years. That's why everyone is back on tour. Everyone that had retired has come out of retirement. People who wouldn't even talk to each other have reunited in bands that had not toured in decades. Because all the money now is in the live shows. Because there's no other way for even the most mainstream and established artists. Their only way to make any money is on the live shows. There's no longer living out of old royalties or anything. Which I guess it's fine. It used to be also this sort of weirdly disproportionate thing that favored only a few. No system was completely good, no system was completely fair, but now I don't feel like we're moving towards anything better. Yeah, I think the most telling sign is precisely that, the collapse of so many legendary record labels. Now it's like all of the IPs have been acquired by randoms that could afford it, and they're trying to make the most out of it. That's precisely why they're flagging everything, and they're trying to get all the little revenue there is to have from streamings and for that. But it's insane how the most iconic labels have collapsed in the last few years, and all their assets have been scattered to the wind and have been acquired randomly by whoever could afford them, and don't even know what to do with them other than squeeze all the juice that they can out of them. People that don't even necessarily come from the actual music industry. Yeah, there's pirating, and at the same time, there's also the fact that people doesn't even need to pirate anything. You can listen for free on a lot of platforms that don't really give the labels or the artists much revenue. So it's not just pirating. But yeah, I feel like it started with the piracy and then it just kept going and going. Yeah, it's okay. What the bottom looks like. There's something creepy to me. I'm not arachnophobic or anything, but one of the creepiest things to me is this part where the legs join the or come out of a thorax. I kinda like the hair lighter like this, but I always tend to try to give it some color, a different thing. What am I looking for? The fangs. Let's give them a little roughness. Let's make them of a dark brownish color. Maybe not even too dark. I feel like I don't know if I should somehow reorient the fangs here, because they're not even that visible. And they should be like a scary feature. I don't know. Oh, this part should also be the same color as the thorax. The eyes I had made them like metallic red. I might change them. It's like one of these reds, slightly diffuse. Did I export this with the smooth normals? Seeing some things look weirdly sharp, but I guess it's the reflection of the hair. What I did for the hair was this kind of reddish thingy. I don't know if it should be lighter. Let's maybe try a more realistic lighting. No. That's what I like, that I discovered here, that the shadow looks like a skull. I might use it. Didn't even occur to me. Yeah, I think that looks more menacing than the actual thing. I don't know if it's too dark right now. The base color, I had made it this bluish thingy. Yeah, I discovered Keyshot I think like a decade ago, and I just liked it for the materials and the realism and the bridge from ZBrush. I don't know what people use for rendering these days, but I don't even have a very updated version. I have like 6. This is Keyshot 6, and I think 11 came out. I thought it became some sort of a standard a few years ago, but I don't know if people have moved away from it since. Again, I'm just doing what I can with what I have. I don't freaking know if I should. Right, I feel like it's, well, in the last few years they've added like a lot of different capabilities, but I feel like it's more for like, or originally it used to be better for rendering like prototypes, or for like hard surface things, or for jewels, or for cars, even for stuff like that. A lot of the presets that it has seem to be kind of oriented in that way. It has like Axalta paints that are very car thing, and a lot of the environments that it comes with looks like they're like garages and stuff like that. For I feel like it's better suited for that kind of thing, for rendering like prototypes. But again, I discovered it a few years ago when I didn't know what to do, and I wasn't completely happy with just ZBrush. I didn't know where to go from there. And it's so funny that in 2012, the first few sculpts that I did back then, I rendered in Caligari True Space, which is something that from the 90s where I started doing some 3D stuff that Microsoft ended up buying and shutting down. But it was pretty neat. I got like a free thing in a CD that came in a magazine, an actual physical CD, an actual physical magazine, and that's how I got started with 3D in the 90s. And I kept using, and I still, for a lot, sometimes for like some hard surface kind of thing, I still use TrueSpace. I am very old-fashioned and stuck with the few things that I have and the few things that I know how to use. What is this? Just make it a 90. No, just make it a minus 20. Is this what I'm looking for? Yes. Apply a label. Where are you applying? All the way to 2. Is that too big? Properties, I think I made this metallic paint. I might change that. I wanted to do something that looked both like a magic rune sort of thing, something that looked sort of hand-drawn, something that looked also like the kind of pattern actual spiders do have in their abdomens, like this kind of hourglass thing. Should I move it back a little bit? That I might change, I'm not too worried about. No, back. Not that far back. Is it more like it? Is it still visible from the front? I don't freaking know, but I think for now I'm gonna call it done. Well, maybe not just yet, but I'm gonna keep playing with the textures, with the lighting, with the something. I think that shadow is creepier and more spidery than the actual spider. But I do like it. It has improved a lot since its crabby origins. I probably, if nothing else, probably I should get a more updated version of Keyshot. I know it does some better things that I could use. There were some updates that I specifically skipped. I think I started with version 4, 3 or 4. There was something about 5 that I didn't like and I uninstalled it and went back to 4. And then 6 came out and I tried it and I stuck to 6. And I've never again updated it. Now 11 is out and I don't even know what's good about it, but I think it has some things that could be useful, like having actual textures, to be able to use actual videos as textures, actual textures that move, that are actually animated. I could do that with all true space, and I cannot do it with current, well, not current, my current Keisha. Someone followed yesterday right after or around the time where I was finishing the stream. I don't know if it's someone that was lurking or someone that comes from your community. It's someone called Sculpts with a C with a Z at the end. I don't know if they were lurking. Unfollowed like in the last minute. I didn't get to thank them for following. Sculpts like that. With no T, with a Z. Z. Yesterday I wasn't even thinking we could have raided someone. There was enough of us to maybe warrant a raid. Didn't even occur to me to wish anyone a Happy New Year, thinking that it was most likely I wasn't going to really see them today. Cool, then it was someone who was just sort of lurking and followed in the last minute. I should check them out to see if they also stream or something. This freaking thing is driving me. save. Let's try to export again. What am I looking at? Did it really change? Because sometimes, yeah, sometimes it just stops exporting, or it stops receiving the latest changes. I don't know if it's my keyshot or my bridge or my whatever. Okay, all of it. All of the hairs lost the material. That's something that happens a lot when I re-export things. But there, I don't know. I think it's done for real now, at least for the time being. If I go back to adjust something, it'll be when I'm closer to really animating it. The problem is, what do we do now if this is finished? What should I do next? I still have like 1 more hour to stream, which doesn't sound like a lot to start with like a new character. And I don't feel like keep fumbling with this guy for another hour. True, I've really... Are the legs... Wait, are the legs all even in the ground? Or... Oh crap. They're not really. Well, this 3R and this front. Crappity crap. It's always gonna look like it's sort of floating. Well, not necessarily it did it. But I wish this was in the same level as the... Oh, they're lucky I noticed. I'm gonna have to redo this last segment of hair. Which is which? This? Is this it? Yeah. I'll delete that. Go back to the leg. I'll have to adjust these two. Lucky I noticed. I would have left it. I don't know at what point of distorting the leg so much I put one of them in the wrong sort of level compared to the others, wrong height. Now these hairs are bothering me too. I'm gonna have to redo these segments as well. Is it this? No, it's the first one. No. Yeah, it should be this, right? Yeah. Let's delete that. I'm glad I noticed where it was gonna be something that's going to bother me, that the shadows. Either one set of legs was going to have to bleed through the ground or bleed through it, or the others are going to be hovering just above it. Anyway, the final composite that I'm gonna do with the actual background, so I'm gonna do whatever, and the shadows are gonna be faked, kind of. But I want for the model to be correct. It was fine, it wasn't that big a deal, but it was like kind of a bigger difference that I would have tolerated. This one too. Let's put them all in the same level. Okay, now going back, this, no. This should be I should pause this freaking thing because it's keeps consuming resources. Okay. Now for this fire mesh, open 4. Should they be a little bit longer? Lucky I freaking noticed. It's like not a big deal, but it's a thing that I could do better. This would be 3. Is that really... I could make them a little bit longer maybe. And accept. Let's unpause this, or it's not gonna let me transfer, and let's go transfer again. I like that the fangs look shiny right now and actually show. I feel like I had trouble with them really showing before. Okay, now snap to ground and all legs should look more like they are touching the ground. Now for the materials, let's group all the fibers again. And let's bring, again, I don't know if I should keep the hairs kind of lighter, probably not gray. Gray is too gray. Maybe without that, okay, that's pure white. I tried like a dark brownish yesterday that I liked, but what the hell am I looking for? Metallic paint. Like a brownish? Maybe lighter? It'll be more visible. And it adds realism too, probably. I've been going for this bluish because I thought it would. But that's interesting, like a bluish with a dark orange, brownish sheen. Well, that's too saturated, but. I like the shiny eyes, but they reflect the environment too much. So I give them some roughness. Yeah. Which one? Yeah. Maybe it could even be more rough. You don't even know what direction they're looking because there's no pupil. There's just this sort of weird metallic lens. That's why I flattened them too. They were kind of cute when they were like semispheres. I made them flatter to look like lenses. Not so much like the semispheres that I did first. Let's just try. It's not even looking red, but yeah, this way it's too much like crystals. This way. And I want them to be red. I thought of just giving it like plain black beady eyes, but I feel like that red really works. Is a good contrast with the face. It really pops that way. Yeah. Maybe it could be just a bit off red, with a slightly purple flavor. Not fully purple, just off red. I usually don't like fully saturated primary colors. Yeah, I like that too. I tend to prefer slightly off the actual primary color, and it's just a touch. I do like red in the butt because it's like nature's warning of poison and whatnot, but in anything else, it's like a slightly strawberryish. Not really. Well, fake strawberry, more like a tutti frutti kind of color. Yeah, I like it like that. The hair really gave it so much character. I feel like I wasn't happy with the head originally. It was looking sort of cute when it was meant to be more scary, or maybe not fully scary, but certainly not cute. The legs are working so much better. They're more of a... They used to be very obstructive. You couldn't really see the crystals or the thorax a lot. They were so much thicker. They were really getting in the way. Yeah, I like it. For a freaking fantasy speaking spider giant with crystal mohawk and a thing, I think it works. With a freaking pepper kind of a butt. I like to try always different environments, see it in different lightings. Maybe different focal lengths as well. There is something that makes me want to grab a flip-flop. And I'm not arachnophobic or anything, but I don't know. Okay, that's too extreme, but focal lengths, I feel like wider are more becoming for her, for him, for whatever it is. I still don't know really what am I going to do with the environments. what someone would do right now, especially for like a forest or whatever. People will probably do it in like an Unreal Engine or something right now. But I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might. I don't think I can sculpt an entire forest. Or. Yeah. I might go for a slightly more. Again, since the animation isn't going to be really 3D, the backgrounds maybe should be just 2D stuff that I composite together out of whatever, from my own photographs to stock footage to stock images. Kind of Photoshop together with some actual environments that I'm gonna do in 3D. I'm gonna do Ergol's house and the towers, the sorcerer's towers, and the actual place where they're gonna do the actual spell in some kind of altar. That I'm probably going to do in 3D, but like a whole forest I cannot do in 3D. So I still don't know what am I gonna do with that. Okay, deflating that wouldn't work. Just wanted to try it. Pinching it, I hate the pinch brush here. No. Pinch. It's a bit extreme and it's a bit. It doesn't work in all dimensions at once. It's a bit too intense. That is kind of better probably, but I don't know if I want to get through the trouble of remaking this joint. It's already affecting the hair here, because these last hairs are gonna be floating if I shrink these freaking joints are kind of still bothering me a little bit. Again, I wanted them to be like that. They make me think of like a bony kind of joint, but I don't know. I did some little research again. I had done some before, and my laptop broke exactly a year ago, and the hard drive broke beyond repair, and all of the research that I had done, and even the first screenplay that I had written, I lost. But I went back now looking for a possible design for one of the sorceress. The one that I'm thinking that might look like the Duchess from Alice in Wonderland. Again, with more actual human proportions, not big-headed or anything. That's kind of convenient. What's kind of convenient about her is that she has this big sort of hat kind of thing that conceals the hair. Well, you can see some hair, you can see some kind of curls that I could perhaps just sculpt. I don't know if that style is too specifically of a nobility kind of thing that I could maybe adapt to this. I really do like that ridiculous thing in her hair, in her head. The sorcerer, I think, more of a, not that creepy, but more of a kind of a Rasputin kind of guy with a beard and a kind of a dark Gandalf without a hat. I don't know. I don't even think necessarily we're going to see him, because he's dead. I don't know if I'm gonna actually do a proper flashback with him. The other sorceress, as Astrid's mother, and him are dead, and the only surviving one is the Duchess sort of character. I like this sort of hot pink sheen to the eyes. No, I'm not Dutch. I had some Dutch friends I'm no longer in contact with, but I wonder whatever happened to them. I feel like they don't even post on social media anymore. What? I want to save some screen crops. Some quick little renders here. I'm gonna let it. Yeah, no, social media was never great, but lately it's gone to shit. Freaking Twitter. Well, all of them selling your data and your everything. Freaking Twitter being what it is now. Freaking Facebook being a boomer haven of conspiracies and bullshit. I don't know which one is worse these days. And all of the sort of Twitter alternatives that flourished at some point, they kinda died out again. I opened so many accounts in Mastodon and Co-host and Blue Sky and freaking Threads and whatever, and I try to keep them running, but they kinda died out too. I should, now that I think about it, I should post some stuff in social media for a page that I manage, again for the fan page. I have some New Year's, not even New Year's, I make some posts that are kind of like, on a day like this happened. I have some of those to make. I haven't even made a New Year's card. I'm probably gonna put together something later today and really post it tomorrow. I'm kind of green cheesy this year. I did kind of the same thing for Christmas. And I usually try to put together like a little video with perhaps even a little song remix or something. I'm not a musician either, it's one of the other things that I dabble into. I should, at least it's mostly copy pasting stuff that I've already written. Let's save this screenshot. Let's save this camera, it could be useful. Let's let this render for a while. Okay, we could leave this on for a few more iterations. This is a little bit too grainy here. It could be better. I don't know if the hair is looking too thorny right now. Okay, let's save this one. What other cameras I had set up? I want like something a bit more from below. Maybe not so wide of a lens, so you can look at the face and kind of the bottom at the same time. The crystals look weird, sort of sticking out of there. I don't know why. I don't know if it's me or the hair used to look more like hair and now it looks more like thorns. But I don't know. Do you guys have some texture? No, it's just grainy because it needs a few more samples, whatever to render more smoothly. still going. There's some weird white shiny things, but I guess it's just a reflection in some tiny hairs. Maybe I shouldn't make it metallic. Well, it's metallic paint. I don't think they look too great in a matte kind of material, but maybe they shouldn't be shiny. Or maybe it's just this environment. What am I doing here? Posted. Okay, it's kind of still grainy here. I should have let it render for a little while longer. Okay, let's call it done, or it's gonna take too much longer. Maybe from this kind of angle. The spider photo shoot. Anyway, it's done. I like this view. I think this is for a broader, for a really broad shot. Maybe I could use an angle like this. Maybe wider. Well, this tele seems to work. I'm gonna save that camera. What What even are these ritters that I saved? Okay, this... Did I save one from behind? Yes. This I duplicated. This is the light hair. I like the contrast, but I feel like it's too much. Too light. These were the stupidly curved in the wrong direction. Legs, these were the really bulky crab legs. Well, in any case, I don't hate it. All these iterations took us in the right direction. I really like this angle. Can I recreate this? Is this really a wider lens? How did I do this? What was weird? Oh. Well, it happens. I have this freaking soundboard in OBS that I don't really use, and a lot of the time I either click on some sound and it sounds like I'm making some kind of commentary on what's being said, or I click on the wrong scene in OBS and I change the entire thing. What was this angle? I really liked it. It was a little bit more frontal, a little bit more back, a little bit more... no. A little bit more wide. Yeah, that's more like it. This is very extreme, but yeah, absolutely. Show me. I'm really interested. Catching your stream sometime. I haven't really checked what your skill is, but I absolutely want to see your work, and I absolutely want to learn about 3D environments. But interiors are also something that I need to learn. I think like the few times that I've tried to make some environments, I've ended up making something very claustrophobic. I don't know why I tend to make very closed spaces. I don't know if it's because I want for everything to be in camera at once or something. Well, obviously I'm just winging whatever I can do. I have no education on anything truly related to the art. So yeah, whisper to me. I don't know, I should change to moderator mode because I'm the freaking stream manager that doesn't have anything. Okay. Ooh, that's very cool. Is that just a project for yourself, or it's like a job? Oh, cool. How is that working for you? A friend of mine that actually draws started Fiverr and it didn't really quite catch on for him. It's very cool. That's another thing that the actual 3D professionals also turned me off completely with. One of these guys that I used to watch at the actual ZBrush channel at some point started this weird rant about how Fiverr and that kind of service had killed freelancing for people like him because some guy in some country is gonna do something for $5 when I could charge 5,000, 500, 5 or whatever, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, so fucking tactless. Right. Yeah, I don't know what my friend did. He doesn't have like a lot of social media presence or anything to try to advertise it. We were going to do some kind of collaboration to see if I could promote him a little bit, but it's not like I have a big following or anything either. But I haven't even asked him, but I think the last time he mentioned it, he said that he didn't have much going on. Yeah. It's hard to discover and to get discovered if you don't have some kind of platform already. Yeah, I guess it takes so much more than just actual talent. I mean, there's so many talented people that go unnoticed, either because they are not really into even the idea of promoting themselves too much, or really doing the slow lane kind of work on social media. And right, yeah. I know if these hairs are too long, I don't want to get too... Compared to the hair in the body that's really delicate, these are like some freaking thorns that stick out too much. Well, now in this focal length they look even worse, but I don't know, again, I'm not gonna redo that now, but I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if it's making it lighter made it look... Oh, it's also too shiny. I should give it like some roughness. Maybe that's... This shouldn't be reflective. Yeah, that's probably the biggest problem of being like a freelancer or to have to do all this extra work, like getting your work out there and to get it like to promote yourself and to advertise. I feel like a lot of people aren't really willing to do that, and they feel like they're... Yeah. I don't even do it necessarily very seriously, but when I do my daily challenge, I post every day in a bunch of places, and it's so exhausting just to do that, as if doing a character every day wasn't enough. Just posting everywhere, posting in multiple places, and tagging and curating the post. It's so time consuming. It can be stimulating when you finally do get seen and you find some like-minded people and whatever, but it's like building an anthill of work. Yeah. It's probably the hardest part, right? To get to be independent and to get to be your own boss and to get to the point where you can really rely on it. I don't know, if maybe I could do the hair in the legs a little bit darker. Just keep the one in the head and the thorax and the fangs this color, but make just the hair, just the leg ones a bit darker. I don't even know which one is which here, anyway. I think they're all together. Except... Is this a torso? Yeah. The torso, the head and the fangs are fine. This... Maybe we should unlink from the other ones and just link again. Is that gonna work? Do I have two materials now for this? Doesn't look like it. Well, okay, fine. Well, what am I doing? Material link again, this unlink the rest. Do I have two now? Yes, I guess I do. Maybe just a little darker for the legs. Not too much. Because it's like sticking out too much. I like the face and body and everything the way it was. I should at some point again try to do a little sort of test animation of this. See how it works, if it works. I don't know what environment I was going to do for the spider. I was obviously going to do like a big spider web. I don't know how big it should be for this spider, but I was going to do it like on top of a tree somewhere, but I feel like maybe it should be almost a cave, but I think like a cave is going to be too dark. I don't know what kind of lighting I'm gonna have in a cave. And I already have another character that's like a bat in a cave, but I don't know if I'm gonna keep it or I'm gonna change it. I don't know how to do a bat that's sort of upside down, getting ready to sleep because it's early in the morning, and I don't know how to animate it. It's the kind of thing that would really benefit from being really real 3D, but if I'm gonna do it in this sort of hybrid of 3D, 2D, yeah, it could be. Maybe it could be in some sort of still, sort of like a mountain, but not necessarily a cave. But I guess it shouldn't be like a completely barren place, because this guy, what is he gonna eat? It should be, I feel like, in the forest, where there are other creatures. I'm like afraid of all of these environments. I don't know how I'm going to. I feel like some things I'm gonna do like in the same way I'm doing the characters in 3D, but end up rendering them in 2D, and I might add a better finishing in 2D because I feel like I can do that better in Photoshop to make a pretty realistic background to begin with every proper texture in place, like the bark of a tree or whatever. I don't know if I'm going to be able to sculpt all of that properly and just render it finished as it should be. I think the backgrounds is going to be also a sort of mixed technique kind of thing. I don't know if the crystals are too big now. I don't know why everything is bothering me. Not really, but I feel like this is again the stage of the process where I should adjust everything that needs to be adjusted, and not later. I could have made this. Where am I? Could have made this in a bit higher resolution, but I guess it doesn't even matter because it doesn't have like a lot of detail. Crystals could be maybe thinner or smaller or something. I don't know. I feel like I am finally more satisfied with this guy, and I should just render the turntable animation and move on. And post it in social media for most people to ignore. No. Lucky I do have some artist friends that will give it a like and whatnot, but I mean, yeah, I know that it's not like I'm gonna get a lot of attention with these things, and it's not even why I posted or anything. I just like to keep documenting my progress with this. And that's been the good thing about streaming as well. I had never done anything quite like this. I had not captured or streamed my process before. And some people had asked me, and I thought my process is too chaotic and non-linear, and I tend to abandon things and go back to them days later and try to see them with a different perspective and fresh eyes again, and only then I can finish things. And for my daily challenge, I jump from one software to another, and I don't like to show so much of the Explorer and everything here and whatnot. So I never really saw myself streaming, and this year I suddenly started, and it went okay, and it's been really stimulating. So I want to keep it going, and especially it's been very helpful for this project. I have like so many characters to make and so many things to do that if I was on my own, I would probably be wasting time watching YouTube or something. But instead, I'm here and I'm being productive for a change. I haven't tried too hard, but I've tried to do like some branding thingies for people for it to sort of look like I'm being serious about streaming. I don't know if I would benefit from adding a webcam, having a face cam, or anything right now. I don't really have one. Maybe I could use my phone or something, but I don't have like a good background. I don't have a good lighting. I don't think I look great on camera. I don't know if that would attract viewers or not, or the opposite. Like a VTuber? Or a PNG tuber? Yeah, I don't... Yeah, my self-esteem isn't the ground, but really I feel like it's not like I could brag about anything. Of course, it's not like... I'm not really an artist. I don't really have a real background in art. Again, I did go to film school, and all we had were kind of theory of history of art and aesthetics and semiotic and whatnot, but I was never like good at drawing or anything. This is like a little thing that I finally decided to take a little bit more seriously. Well, no, really, I'm again, I don't, if I had to, this is like the one thing that I've been sort of honing over the years. It's like, I wish I had like a background that I could draw these characters first and really properly design them and then translate them to 3D, and I wish I had that kind of eye and that kind of mind to make things happen. But I end up making very dumb mistakes, like giving this thing like upside down legs because I don't really have that eye. And sometimes I do have a bit of an instinct, and I do navigate more by instinct than by anything else, but Jesus Christ. Well, again, okay, I'll stop, but really, I don't know, I cannot take myself too seriously. It's like a hobby that just makes me happy. And again, I don't have that kind of background to natural art that would give me more confidence. But I'm sort of satisfied. Again, it's like this little thing that I have. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. No, that's too bright. I had this environment is also very very realistic with a very sharp sunlight. Let's see what it looks like in the sunlight. Crossing the bridge. Why did the spider cross the bridge? I like this kind of backlit setting. I like this kind of backlight with the hair. It's really interesting. And with the crystals and Can I get rid of the butt for a second so I can look at the back, look at the thorax, maybe back in the forest. Okay. Let's really hide it again. So, are you gonna be streaming again next week, or are you going to take a break around the beginning of the year or something? I really want to catch some of your streams. I'm looking at your schedule. you stream kind of in the morning time for me. Well, way into the afternoon too. Your last stream was nearly 7 hours. Wow. Oh, it's so funny here how some hairs shine in the light and then others are under the shadow of the crystals and they look pretty different. It's like a detail that I didn't even think about. These two look a bit like thorns and they're kind of floating just above the leg. I don't know why that happened. Anyway, I doubt I'm gonna get this close to this part. I don't know. Where's the camera? Oh, how it reflects the actual bridge in the crystals. Let's make some real close-ups to see what it looks like. My legs hurt so much, my knees. I cannot stretch my legs in here. And I'm like perched all the time in my chair. They end up killing my knees. Oh wow, it's almost quitting time for me. 5 more minutes and I'm gonna have to go. Up close the crystals, edges, what kind of jagged? Which, I don't know if it's exactly what I was going for, but it's more interesting finishing the perfectly sharp edge. I don't know. Okay, it's very bright. Well, but this is it, I guess. Basically, it's done for real this time, or for now, until I have to go back to make some adjustment for the final thing. Okay then, yeah, it really is, I guess, all the time that I have for today, considering it's a holiday and everything. Thank you again very much for watching, thank you for coming in, thank you for your guidance and your advice. I hope to catch your stream next week or whenever you stream again. I should be back tomorrow at least for a while. It's just a Monday, I guess. So I should be back and probably start a new character, or maybe I should make some props or try to work in some of the environments. Well, not full-blown environments, maybe this kind of altar and the kind of a few, again, environment / props that I have to make. I am enthusiastic. I mean, it's just a side. It's like a project that I'm making for myself to sort of. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I really do appreciate the support. It's a priceless thing to have. I wouldn't take it for granted or anything. You're very kind. You've been very generous. Thank you very much again for following, for staying, for all the advice and all the guidance. I'll see you again next time, whenever it is. I hope I'll be able to catch your stream soon too. Thank you again. See you next time, whenever it is.